Hi, technical team. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Right. So can I ask the presenter to test the microphone and web camera before we start on 10:15?
Yes, sir. You can check. You can check your PPT, sir.
So that's mine, right? So I think you can see, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. You can check.
Okay, very good. So how about others? Li Kang, can you test? Jiao Jiao, can you test? One by one. So can you speak something, Michael?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, very good. So
Okay,
that's
okay.
fine.
Mm.
Let's try. Okay. And how about Jiao Jiao?
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, very good. So who are the others presenter? Piravish,
Hello, can you hear
hello.
me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Let me
So,
share my screen.
very well.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes, I can check that. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Teddy, I cannot hear you.
Hello, Dr. James. Hello, morning, everyone.
Yes, so maybe we test before we start, okay?
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Looks very well.
Yes. Okay.
Good. So we still have one presenter not here, right? Desi, right? Desi Ramawati. So we start now?
Yes.
Yes. So I can see Wei Fa, right? How come
Hey.
your yeah, okay. So very good. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to the oral section hall 2. And today this section will be around the dental materials and biomaterials 1, right? So I'm Dr. James Choi from the University of Hong Kong, and sitting next to me I have Dr. Wei-Fa Yang, right? So he's my co-chair for today. Yeah, say
Hi,
hello.
everyone. Yes. I'm a postdoc in Faculty of Dentistry, HKU.
Very good. So maybe we try to fix this, for each presentation, we will having around 15 minutes, and around 10 minutes is for the presentation, and around 5 minutes is for the Q&A. Okay, we try to fix your time. So if the time is not there, then we do not present. Okay, so we try to follow the time schedule. All right. Right. So may I first invite our first speaker, Piravish Limlawan, right? From Thailand, right? So yes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I will start now. Good morning, everyone. Today, I am going to present my project in the topic of microRNA 302A3P, delivery by hydroxyapatite nanoparticle, modified with 3-aminopropyl-diethoxysilane or APTase on 3D printed tricalcium phosphate hydroxyapatite scaffold to promote osteogenic differentiations. This project is funded by Royal Golden Jubilee PhD scholarship from the Thailand Research Fund without any conflict of interest. Bone tissue engineering is being studied to discover suitable material for reconstruction of bone defect. The bone scaffold should be in 3 dimensions, providing a template for osseous regeneration along with bioactive molecules for promoting cells proliferations and differentiations. Tricalcium phosphate and hydroxyapatite, when used together as a scaffold, will provide a source of calcium and phosphorus for the cells. It can be slowly replaced by bone tissue with adequate mechanical properties. With the technology of 3D printing for a custom shape of tricalcium phosphate and hydroxyapatite, this material became a promising candidate for bone tissue engineering. Our previous study reported the hydroxyapatite nanoparticle developed for microRNA delivery. The nanoparticle outer surface was modified with APTase. The particle was reported to be internalized in cell cytoplasm of human mandibular osteoblasts and increased microRNA expression level. The microRNA 302A is selected because it stimulates osteoblast differentiations by targeting the potent repressor of osteogenic genes, RUNX2. In addition, microRNA 302A3P also reduces RUNCO expression in osteoblasts under inflammatory conditions. This study aimed to use 3D printed scaffold to deliver microRNA to the osteoblast and to demonstrate that microRNA can function by repressing the target messenger RNA, which lead to promotions of osteogenic genes. The scaffold used in this study was printed from the synthetic calcium phosphate cement into a porous cylinder-shaped scaffold. Immediately after printed, the filament layer are formed as a high viscosity paste, which is then hardened after immersed in sterile water for 48 hours. After cement was hardened, hydroxyapatite nanoparticle with microRNA suspensions was dropped on surface of the scaffold and left to dry for 48 hours. In the first experiment, we proved that the nanoparticle can be internalized and function in the HOS osteoblast cell line. Cells were incubated with nanoparticle tapped with FIT-C for 24 hours. The confocal imaging reveals the nanoparticle within the cell's area. As in Figure B, the particle is seen below the nucleus of the cells. Figure C demonstrates the magnified area and the cutting plane at the nanoparticle. The vertical section of that area is shown in Figure D to confirm that nanoparticle is inside the cell. We confirm the nanoparticle also deliver functional microRNA by qPCR on day 1 and day 5 after incubation with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle with microRNA. The qPCR showed upregulated level of microRNA on day 1 and day 5. Consistently, the target messenger RNA COUPTF2 was downregulated, while RUNX2 was upregulated on day 1. After we proved that hydroxyapatite nanoparticle and microRNA can function in HOS cells, next, we visualize the cells on the modified scaffold. HOS cells were seen on the scaffold for 24 hours, then scanning electron microscope imaging was done and showed on the upper panel. Figure on the right shows cells on the scaffold with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle on it. Fluorescence microscope imaging was also done to visualize nanoparticle dispersions on both vertical and horizontal dimensions. Lower right figure shows cells with nanoparticle on the scaffold. Next, qPCR for microRNA and its target COUPTF2 were done along with RUNX2 and other osteogenic genes in primary human mandibular osteoblast. The results show the presence of microRNA, and there is a significant difference in its target messenger RNA level. The other osteogenic genes also significantly higher in modified scaffold groups. This suggested that human osteoblast cells can attach and differentiate more on the modified scaffold. After the in vitro experiment, the in vivo experiment was done in 8-week-old mice. There are 4 groups of experiments, which are no scaffold and unmodified scaffold, scaffold modified with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle alone, or scaffold modified with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle and microRNA. The covarium defect with a size of 4 millimeters were done in each group. After 2 or 4 weeks of scaffold placement, the covarium of the mice were collected for micro-CT and histology. The first figure is the wound and the scaffold placement. Second one is the wound at 4 weeks before euthanize. Third one is a micro-CT showing the critical size bone defect without any healing at 4 weeks. The last one is a micro-CT of scaffold on the defect. For bone induction potential, we measured an unfilled space within the scaffold and found that at 2 weeks, only hydroxyapatite nanoparticle and microRNA scaffold had less space compared with the scaffold alone groups. But at 4 weeks, hydroxyapatite nanoparticle scaffold also had less space compared with the scaffold alone groups. Hydroxyapatite nanoparticle with microRNA scaffold had the least space within the scaffold at both time points, indicating that it can increase bone regenerations. For the histology, this is a no scaffold groups with the residual covarium bone at both sides. This is an H&E staining of the unmodified scaffold groups. You can see the scaffold as a blank area with the cells and blood vessels involvement inside. This is a Masson trichome of the previous slide. This is scaffold modified with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle groups. You can see bone tissue with blood vessel around the scaffold area, indicating that the bone forming occurred from the surface of the scaffold. This is a Masson trichome of the previous slide to show the bone tissue. And this is the scaffold modified with hydroxyapatite and microRNA groups. You can see a lot of bone tissue surrounding the scaffold area. And this is the magnifications of the previous slide along with the Masson trichome stain to show the bone tissue inside the scaffold area. This study is a proof of concept that microRNA can be delivered by hydroxyapatite nanoparticle on the calcium phosphate-based scaffold. With 3D printing and advanced medical imaging technology, this approach could be promising to be used for a custom-shaped 3D printing scaffold for a large clinical bone defect, as example showed in the figure. Still, there are some further study need before the clinical usage, which are the shelf life of microRNA on the nanoparticle before implanting at the defect sites, the mechanical properties of the scaffold. Longer observation time may be required after scaffold implantations. Finally, mixture of microRNA for target various messenger RNA for desired outcome. Also be an interesting approach to enhance the bone regenerations. For the conclusions, it is suggested that 3D printed scaffold modified with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle conjugate with microRNA can deliver functional microRNA to the cells. And the in vivo experiment also showed that scaffold modified with hydroxyapatite nanoparticle and microRNA can increase bone formations more than the scaffold without any modifications. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Piravish, for the nice presentation, right? So can you stop share the screen first?
Okay.
Right, so any question from the floor? Teddy, cannot hear you.
Hello, Piravish.
Hello.
Thanks for the nice presentation. So may I ask a question?
Yes.
What are the major challenges if you want to apply this technology in human being in clinical practice? Thank you.
The challenge is, I think it is to use in the defect that needs to receive the force, because I didn't measure the mechanical properties of this scaffold yet, but I hope that it is the composition of it is similar to the bones of human. Maybe the mechanical properties may be quite similar. And another thing is as I mentioned, is the half-life of the microRNA to be used. If we are going to use it commercially, you will have to measure the half-life of the microRNA before from the factories to the patients. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So any other questions? We have 2 minutes. So may I ask one question? So you're mentioning you are doing your scaffold, right? So in terms of the printing, so what's your message that you can bring to our audience in terms of this kind of printing? So do you need to use a very cold temperature, or how you formulate the TCP and HA? What's the ratio? May I know?
The TCP and HA I use here is this a commercial one. There is some proper there is some the properties of the paste is on the commercial. Yeah, and when we print it, it will come as a viscous paste, which you can harden it by the water. Something like that.
So that means that you are not developing the TCP/HA by yourself. It's from the company, right?
Yes. But no one has used it with the nanoparticle before.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you. So any other questions? So if not, then thank you so much, Piravish, for your nice presentation. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. So now let's move on to the second speaker, Li Kang. Li Kang is a PhD student in our faculty, the University of Hong Kong, and he has done a lot of research in dental adhesion. So now let's welcome his speech.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Li Kang, a PhD student from Hong Kong University, and my supervisors are Professor Seo and Dr. James Choi. Today, I'm really glad to share my research enhancing Ranitidine bound durability using novel muscle-inspired monomer. First, I declare that we have no competition financial interests, and this work was supported by the Hong Kong University Fund for Basic Research and National Science Foundation of China. A muscle is a small shellfish that can attach to the human surface using its plaques and bases. Within the plaques, there are 6 muscle foot proteins can provide the bonding forces, resist the lift and the drags of waves. And the muscle foot protein 3 and muscle foot protein 5, which is near the bonding substrate, contains more than 20% concentration of DOPA. And DOPA is believed to play the fundamental role of muscle band adhesion, and numerous researchers have tried to transfer the DOPA into clinical application. Well, the muscle band adhesion shows some similarities with dentin bonding. For example, the muscle has to withstand the sudden shocks from turbulent currents, diurnal temperature changes, the underwater environment, and the protease degradation from the attached microbes. Similarly, in dentin bonding, the dentin interface needs to bear the repeated mechanical stress induced by chewing, the daily changes of temperature, the humid oral environment, and the proteolytic attack from endogenous MMPs. Therefore, our group tries to transfer the muscle band adhesion into dentin bonding and to prolong the durability of resident bond interface. Therefore, the dopamine methacrylamide has been used in our research. The monomer contains 3 parts. The first part is the copper double bond, which can polymerize with adhesive. Second part is the amide group, which is hydrolytically stable. And the third part is the catechol group and serves as the functional group. In total, 4 primers have been prepared. The 50% ethanol solution serves as the well control, and 1 millimole, 5 millimole, and 10 millimole per liter DMA was dissolved in ethanol solution. And in total, 9 experiments have been conducted to evaluate the influence of DMA on dentin collagen, on adhesive, on dentin bonding, and the cytotoxicity evaluation. And part 3 results. First, we evaluate the cross-linking ability between DMA with the type 1 collagen from red tail. From the figure, we can observe that with increased concentration of DMA, the collagen fibrils were densely intercollected. Then we apply the DMA primer on demineralized dentin matrix for 60 minutes. From the figure, we also observe that with increased concentration of DMA, the demineralized dentin matrix were densely intercollected, and the porosity was reduced. Then we explore the binding mode between DMA with dentin matrix using the FTIR observation. From figure 7, we see that all the representative bands of the triple helix structure of collagen existed after DMA pretreatment. Well, there was only a minor shift of the AMD1 band from 1631 to 1633, which indicates that the collagen structure was not instructed by the DMA primer. Also, the interaction between DMA with dentin matrix was in non-covalent form. Then we began to evaluate the influence of DMA on adhesive. The first parameter is the degree of conversion. You can see from the table 2 that after 20 seconds polymerization and 130 seconds polymerization, there's no difference between the groups, which indicate that the DMA primer has no influence on the polymerization of adhesive. Then we analyze the mechanical properties of the adhesive layer and the hybrid layer using the peak force Q1M evaluation. Similar to the SEM images, we can clearly identify the adhesive layer and the hybrid layer in the atomic force microscopy. And the data of the DMT modulus was analyzed. From table 3, we can observe that the DMA primer has no influence on the elastic modulus of adhesive layer, while the DMA pretreatment could increase the elastic modulus of hybrid layer. Therefore, we can draw a conclusion that the DMA primer has no influence on the polymerization and the mechanical properties of adhesive. Then we began to evaluate the influence of DMA on the dentin collagen bonding. For the microtensor bond strength test, we can observe that there was a significant decrease for the control group after aging, while the DMA pretreatment could preserve the bond strength after 10,000 times cycling aging. Similar results were observed in nanoleakage, and only the control group manifested increasement after aging, while the DMA pretreatment could strengthen the integrity of the hybrid layer and maintain nanoleakage. And this is the representative pictures of nano leakage. For the control group, we can see that after aging, there was a thick, continuous deposition of silver nitrate along the hybrid layer and infiltrate inside the little tubules. While for DMA pretreatment, there was no significant difference between the immediate values and aged values, and there was only a sparse interrupted distribution of silver nitrate along the hybrid layer. Then we evaluate the inhibitory effect of DMA on the MMPs. For the control group, there was an intense green fluorescence could be detected within the hybrid layer and inside the tubules. However, after DMA pretreatment, the intensity of green fluorescence has diminished, which indicates strong inhibitory activities of MMPs. And finally, we evaluate the cytotoxicity of the DMA primer. From the CCK bar results, we can find that the 50% initial concentration value of DMA was between 25 to 50 micromolar, which was similar to BIS-GMA, a widely used resin monomer. Therefore, the DMA primer could be used as a functional monomer in dentin bonding in the future in vivo usage. So based on the various interaction and reaction products of DOPA, the DOPA and DOPA analogs have been widely used in clinics. In our research, the chemical group of DMA could form patent hydrogen bonds with collagen fibrils. It could also collate with catalytic zinc and calcium ions of MMPs. Besides, the DOPA-DOPA interaction and the calcium PI interaction could increase the elastic modulus of hybrid layer after DMA pretreatment. However, we should notice here that the easily oxidized property of cat group has limited shelf life of DMA primer, and that would be our future research direction to improve the shelf life of DMA. Finally, we may draw a conclusion that the DMA primer could be used as a functional monomer in dentin bonding system with high biocompatibility. It may serve as a bridge connecting the upper adhesive polymer network and the lower collagen fibrils, unifying them as one whole structure to resist external attacks like the water hydrolysis, the endogenous MMPs, and prolong the resident bond durability. And finally, I'd like to thank my supervisors, Professor CEO Dr. James Choi from Faculty of Dentistry at University of Hong Kong, and Professor Cui Huang from Wuhan University. Thanks for their support and guidance. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Li Kang. Thank you very much for the nice presentation and the impressive results you have achieved. So you have done a lot of experiments on this aspect. And what's your future experimental plan and how to further improve the current format of DMA? Thank you.
Thank you. Right now, I have used it as a primer form, so it will add additional step in clinical applications. So in the future, I would like to incorporate it in adhesive or in the resin monomer, like the resin composite or the how to say that resin composite and something else like that, right? So to decrease the additional step. Right now, I have been conducting the experiments on adhesive, and some experiments results have been achieved. So I believe that in the future, it can be incorporated in a lot of products.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have some questions. Is there any evidence of human reaction for this kind of proteins in case of when you blow it and it's get on to the gingiva or something like that? Is there any reports on the human reactions to this?
Oh, well, thank you. Right now in dentistry, it has not been conducted in vivo usage, but in some other clinical usage like the urine, the cancer, and some other else products, it has been used in vivo, and biocompatibility has been proved to have a good biocompatibility. It can be used as a drug delivery or used as the nano carrier for the in vivo usage. So for in dentistry, right now there are some just in virtual usage for the sales. So I will maybe after the product is being successfully used in adhesive, I will conduct the in-vivo application in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Michael, may I ask one question?
Mm.
So you've done a lot of work, and also the the making this kind of adhesive is not easy as well, right? So what do you think about the hurdle in your future study?
Well, I think the most difficult problem is it is so easily to be oxidized, and high reactivity has limited its productive. So once it is hydrodized, then it may lose its property to cross-link with collagen, its ability to maybe to plate with the connected zinc ions. So that was my biggest problem, to preserve and to prolong the effective time of DMA, I think.
And how about the commercialization potential? What do you think? Is it expensive or cheap, or we just eat and we can extract from the muscle? What can you do? Can we do that?
Well, the other group from Professor Chu has done this before, but he used also for the protein derived from muscle, so it is too expensive. Then our group tried to use this monomer, which can be synthesized by factory. It's much cheaper now, only costs about $10,000 per in 50 gram. So I think it can be commercialized. If the product is not a problem.
Very good. So it has a certain good commercial potential, right?
Yes.
Right. So if there's no other question, then yes, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we still have 3 minutes before we move on to another presenter. Okay, so we take a 3-minute, break. All right, so time is there. So maybe can we invite Desi Ramawati from Indonesia, right? So
Yes.
are you here?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
thank
here,
you.
Doctor. Yes,
Right.
let me
Can
share
you
my
share your
screen.
screen? Yep.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Can you
Thanks.
see now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, good morning, everyone. I'm Desi Rahmawati. I'm from the Oral Immunology Laboratory, Department of Dental Biomedical Science, Universitas of Jember in Indonesia. And today I would like to, today I would like to share with you my current research. It's about coffee bean extract inhibits oxidative stress due to nickel and cobalt exposures in human peripheral blood mononuclear cells. The background of my research is because of the incidence of adverse reactions to dental constructions, especially metals, still do exist up to now. And this is due to more extensive and long-standing metal exposure. And then, as we might know, and because many references are already a lot about this, that metal ions released from dental restorations can provoke local, systemic, and neurological reaction. And of note that not all complaints are due to allergy. And then my previous PhD project was exploring about the mechanism involved in each metal that we use in dentistry. Here, there are many kind of metals that we use in dentistry, and then the red one are usually known as contact allergen, whereas the yellow one are known as essential metals. But in this project, I would only talk about nickel and cobalt, which are coming from the base metal alloys, which are nowadays still are used a lot in many kind of constructions. As I may inform you that this research now still focusing on nickel and cobalt, but you may check my publication that I explore several mechanisms by which each metal having different behavior, such as nickel and cobalt using TLR4 and as well as TLR2 as the receptor to induce inflammation and then allergic and any other symptoms. So they behave like bacteria, such as LPSPG or something else. And then, as we might know, that metal up to now still having develop local until skin mucosa oral reaction, as we can see here. And then also we found some systemic reaction. If you may check in the YouTube or in other platform, we can see that it might correlated with the metal ions that people use in dental construction. And then how do they work to induce our immune systems? So the metal release, the ion that release from the metal constructions usually binds to a protein, and then they change the protein behavior so that our immune system will recognize it as a strange antigen, and then from the blood vessel, and then until migrate to draining lymph node, and then that will release receptor, and then causing adaptive immune system. And then how does it work with radical superoxide here? So this is what I explore now, that metal ion, especially nickel and cobalt 2+, in correlated with oxygen, will cause production of radical superoxide, which is a type of reactive oxygen species. In normal condition, in homeostasis, then this ROS production will be in balance. But then if there is something to burden, then this imbalance will be burdened, and then will cause oxidative stress, and then will have effect on apoptosis to the cells. And then what I do here, because we have abundant coffee production, especially in our hometown, which is in east part of Java. So we don't use the coffee that we are consume. I mean, I use the coffee, raw coffee, and then that's from the green beans, and then I develop it into extract, and then later on in the future we would like to have it as a gel. And then as we might know that this coffee extract rich of antioxidant, so we expected that it has antioxidant capacity. And then with the Robusta coffee bean, that's even having higher antioxidant capacity than Arabica coffee. So we expected that this high antioxidant will be able to maintain the cell viability. And this is our question. How is the efficacy of the cytoprotection of herbal potency, such as Robusta coffee, for rational and pragmatic strategies in chronic inflammatory therapy based on molecular targets? And then this is the conceptual framework. So as I explained it before, that we would like to stop the inflammation that caused by metal ions. Some people develop very sensitive to this kind of materials. So we would like to stop the inflammation, and then by using this coffee extract. And then before we go further with the experiment, so we do the viability of the PBMC. We isolate the fresh blood of donor, and then we have PBMC, and then we tested to several concentration of our coffee extract, and then the IC50 is roughly, I did not put it here, but it's roughly around 50%. Yes, around 50%. And then even with the coffee 500 microgram per ml, we still not reaching IC50, so it's safe. And then when we expose it to nickel, as we can see here in the second graphs, that nickel is really really decreasing the cell viability of the PBMC. And then after we combine it with the coffee beans extract, and then the viability getting higher, as we might see here, as well as to the cobalt. So basically nickel and cobalt is having similar behavior. And here the ROS production, the ROS production after exposure with nickel, that's quite high, as well as with the cobalt, but nickel is higher if compared to cobalt. And then and then after combine it with coffee, that's gradually decreasing, meaning that that can reduce the reactive oxygen species. And then this is by using NBT, we quantify how do they look like. And then ROS production, we can see here as a purple dot. And then whenever it's PBMC itself, we can see less ROS production, whereas whenever we we expose it with nickel sulfate, 125 micromolar, it is more ROS production can be seen there. And then sorry, I have to, this is for the cobalt, that's also the same. Like whenever we put a combination with coffee extract, as you can see that in the figure F, G, and H, then the ROS production is getting less. So from our result, we can see that it might that a flavonoid inhibits oxidation effects in the presence of hydrogen groups, so that these hydrogen groups having a scavenging capacity, so that having the role in preventing the formation of new free radicals by demolizing chain reaction and turning them into more stable products. And polyphenol seems a strong antioxidant and prevent apoptosis due to a free radical production. And here I would like to summary that the Robusta coffee green extract in our experiment showing that 125 microgram per ml showed the optimal concentration in reducing radical superoxide in PBMC cells induced by nickel and cobalt, followed by other concentration. And then Robusta coffee bean extract has an antioxidant capacity in increasing the viability of PBMCs exposed to nickel and cobalt. And the last one, that Robusta coffee bean extract has an antioxidant capacity in reducing radical superoxide production of PBMC exposed to nickel and cobalt. So thank you for the attention, and I will stop the screen sharing. I will go back to the moderator. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. So may I have only one quick questions from the floor?
May I ask something again?
Very quick. Yes.
How do you plan to use this experiment in human?
We are still having several steps before going into human. So we are still ongoing, having ongoing experiments. So after in vitro, we have in vivo setup to the Vista rat, and then we go to the extract gel itself, and then we will do some tests with the gel before we have a trial to human. So we will use it to a periodontitis patient, in which, for example, a patient with orthodontic treatments, or a patient who has metal construction. which is developed into periodontitis, for example. So instead of using antibiotic gel, so we can use this to replace. So it's more natural product. That's what we would like to have in the future.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much. So also thank you for the presentation, right? Okay, so may I introduce our next speaker, who is my co-chair, Dr. Yang, for his presentation. Yes, Rifa, please.
Hi, morning everyone. Could you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, so today my presentation title is a biomimetic titanate nanoskeleton coating on the corneal implants. So I'm Teddy. I'm a postdoc in OMS in Faculty of Dentistry, the University of Hong Kong. As we know, the cornea is increasingly used as an implant material, including in orthopedics, or now it has been increasingly used as dental implants and TMJ implants. And it has also been predicted that the market size of zirconium will keep increasing in the future years. More importantly, zirconium could be hopefully used as the metal-free bone scaffold, which can be used for mandibular reconstruction or maxillary reconstruction, just like in the picture shown here. So as a promising implant material, we need to know the concept of nanotopography. It has been confirmed that the human trabecular bone holds the narrow niche nanotopography architecture, which could effectively regulate mesenchymal stem cell growth and differentiation. And this nanotopography has been successfully replicated by the biomimetic analog to modulate the MSC differentiation and growth in vitro or in vivo. For implant materials, the interface biology of implants, the nanotopography is supposed to modulate the interface with mesenchymal stem cells. The nanotopography could mechanically transduce extracellular signals through the nanoscale structure of focal adhesion into the cell and transform to intracellular conformational changes of the cytoskeleton and evoke a lot of downstream events, including bone formation, osseointegration, etc. So previously, we have successfully developed the biomimetic titanate nanoskeleton layer on 3D printed titanium surgical implants. We also successfully synthesized silver nanoparticles on the titanate nanoskeleton, which could be used to effectively kill bacteria and promote osteogenesis. So in this research, in order to enhance the bioactivity of zirconia implants, we aim to develop and characterize a biomimetic titanate nanoskeleton coating on zirconia implants for versatile biomedical applications. We prepared zirconia specimens from the commercial high translucent zirconium block, which contains the zirconium around 95% and yttrium oxide around 5% for stabilization. The samples were heated at 1,450 degrees for 2 hours, during which the monoclinic phase would transform to the tetragonal phase. And the SEM and EDX confirmed that the formation of tetragonal phase, the zirconium concentration was around 57.1 atomic percent. So afterwards, we deposit a thin layer of titanium onto the top of zirconia implants by argon plasma under high vacuum. Here, the SEM and ED tests show the successful deposition of pure titanium layer on top of zirconia implants. The thickness of deposited titanium is positively related with the time of deposition. Here in figure E, the thickness of titanium deposit was around 200 nanometer, while in figure F, the thickness of titanium was 400 nanometer. After preparing the zirconium implants and the titanium deposition, we're going forward to form the titanium nanoskeleton by putting the samples in strong air climate with hydrothermal treatment. This process has been well confirmed as a dynamic dissolution and precipitation of titanium species. So after the treatment, a layer of amorphous sodium titanium would be formed on the zirconium implants. Here, this SEM graph shows that the three-layer structure could be clearly seen, including the zirconium substrate, the titanium intermediate layer, and the titanium nanoskeleton layer. The SEM also showed that the titanium nanoskeleton is highly porous and spongy with interconnecting beams and struts, which indicates that this titanium nanoskeleton could be bioactive and could be used for biomedical applications. Along with time, the thickness of titanium was kept increasing to a plateau thickness of around 1 micrometer at 24 hours. This is the precipitation process, and along with the precipitation, the titanium remnant kept decreasing to around 100 nanometer at 24 hours. And this is the decreasing of the titanium remnant is the dissolution process. We're going forward to analyze the titanium network using the graph theory, which analyzed the interconnecting beams and struts and found that this titanium network is highly connected while minimally clustered and minimally assortative. By the way, the porosity of the titanium nano network kept increasing slightly to around 25% at 24 hours. To enhance the bioactivity of the titanium nano network, we're going forward to heat the samples at 600 degrees for 1 hour. And we found that the titanium nanoskeleton was preserved after sintering. XPS confirmed that the major elements in this titanium nano network includes titanium, sodium, oxygen, and carbon. And XRD confirmed that the major crystals in this nanoskeleton was sodium titanate. We draw a scheme to illustrate the formation of the nanotopography. In Figure A, in the initial bare zirconium implants, there are micro grooves and microscale roughness. After the deposition of titanium, the micro grooves of zirconium implants can be filled with titanium particles and the samples become smooth. However, after the formation of titanium nanoskeleton, there is a superficial layer of nanoscale roughness. And finally, after sintering, the nanoscale roughness was preserved while the crystallinity was increased. So in Figure B and Figure C show the 3D and 2D AFM graphs of the prepared samples. And Figure D is the 2D sectional profile indicating the different scales, including microscale and nanoscale roughness. We're going forward to check the hydrophilicity of the samples. After the formation of titanium nanoskeleton, the hydrophilicity was highly increased and the water contact angle was 0. This hydrophilicity was preserved even after sintering. So we know that if the samples have a good hydrophilicity, it may indicate a good biocompatibility for in vivo applications. So finally, we also checked the color changes because we all know that zirconium could be potentially used in acidic dentistry. However, after the deposition of titanium, the lightness of zirconium significantly decreased, and the green color increased and yellow color also increased. This change did not change after the formation of titanium nanoskeleton. However, in the final step, after sintering, the crystallinity increased, So the lightness of zirconia implants fully recovered to the level of the bare zirconia implants, and the green color also decreased. However, the yellow color was only partially recovered. That means that the final product was a little bit yellowish. And we also checked the light transmission. We found that the light transmission of the sintered samples fully recovered to the level of the bare zirconium implants. So conclusion, firstly, a biomimetic titanium nanoskeleton coating was developed on zirconia. Secondly, the titanium coating solid spongy nano network with interconnected beams and structures. Finally, the innovative coating of zirconium with nanoscale roughness, hydrophilicity, and transparency will have high prospects in versatile biomedical applications. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you, Yang.
Thank you.
Yes, any question from the floor for this exciting presentation?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you test the coating adhesion on the zirconia implant? If it's easier to scrap the coating or not?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for this good question. No, because previously I also did some research on titanium nanotip. So compared to titanium nanotip, this adhesive is much stronger. But this coating is non-scratch resistant. It means that if you put a forceps on top of to scratch the coating, it could be easily scratched away. But after sintering, the scratch resistance also improved. So finally, the final products after sintering, considering the mechanical strength of the nano layer, it is quite good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a questions. So may I know? So you make the titanium on the surface, right? So may I know the phases of the titanium? Have you checked the XRD or using Raman to evaluate the phases of the titanium?
Yes, thank you. Not yet, because we have similar research in developing the titanium nanoskeleton on titanium implants, and we did XRD in the experiments. But we found that after we developed the titanium nanoskeleton on zirconium, the XRD and XPS actually changed. But because of time limitation, we have not checked the XRD. Thank you.
I see. Maybe this is something you need to be bear in mind. It would affect the strength, maybe firstly, yes. And secondly is the if the titanium is more on the alpha beta form, right? I just mentioned alpha beta form, right? So they have different behavior to the cell, right? So if this is using for the implant application, that would be something important to consider.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So, any more questions from the floor? So you see the yellow color change, right?
Yes.
And so in fact, how much it has been changed? So your original zirconia is white, right?
Yes.
And in what extent that it has been changed? Have you checked the delta E using some color spectrophotometer to check?
Yes, but actually in bare eyes, it can be discovered that after production, the final product is a little bit yellowish. So we scan the samples using 3Shape. 3Shape is an intraoral scanner, and it has inherent calibration for dental crown color calibration something. And we scan the samples, and then we treat the 3D models, and then we analyze in our computer how far the yellow color change and the green color change. And we found that just a little bit.
Yeah, that's something very interesting.
Yes.
Totally white is not aesthetic sometimes.
Yeah.
Some yellowish is good, right? But
Okay,
how
yes.
can it improve? I mean, how can it improve? It's also very interesting because zirconia is not that easy to modify the color.
Yes, but now we just, okay. So as time is 11:15 now, so the next speaker, Dr. James. Dr. James is my teacher and also an associate professor from University of Hong Kong. He has done a lot of research in dental materials. So today he will give us a speech. That's welcome. Thank you. Hey,
Right,
Dr. James. So now is your time.
Thank you, Wefa. So let me share my screen first. So can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I believe it should be okay. Right. So today this section has been, discussing some resin, some scaffolds, and also some metal, some problem with the metal. So that's why we are now changing to, zirconia, just like what Dr. Yang has just mentioned, right? Today I'm going to talk about more on the zirconia as well, right? So I'm not saying something with related to cells or with related to mechanical. I will simply saying something more on technical side, right? So more or less on the dental technology. So this topic is done by me and my master student. So I'm presenting on his projects about using nano diamond coated milling bits, which can enhance the glossiness of zirconia after sintering. Right, so I have no conflict of interest. So if you have any question about the products, please ask the manufacturers by themselves. So currently, this is something that you see it's very normal nowadays. You see a zirconia block, okay? So you can do milling, right? And after the milling, you make the crown off from the block and then to do the sintering, okay? So and then after sintering, you can make various kinds of dental indirect restoration. For example, veneer, crown, overlay, inlay, and also even the bridges, in particular for zirconia. And this is something that is we so-called milling bits. So you seldom see it in dental clinic, but in chairside you may see it, or in dental lab it used a lot. Right. So I need to mention here, milling bits and milling burrs are different. So milling bits is something to use the in cutting the blocks, CAD/CAM blocks, in dry condition. So milling bits can be used in various dental materials. For example, zirconia, wax, PMMA, PEEK, or even the metals. So milling burr are different. So milling burr is using in a wet condition. So the action of the milling burrs acting onto the CAD/CAM blocks are grinding. They're not cutting. Okay, so in terms of the tooling part, you have the diamond normally as a coarse diamond on the surface, okay, or some silica carbide. So normally these kind of milling burrs are grinding for the glass ceramics and also the resin composite blocks. Right. So after we clarify all these, right? So in terms of technicians, right? So nowadays they are playing computer, do the CAD/CAM, right? But in terms of the milling bits that I'm going to talk, what condition would be the best to save their outcome? And the issue is after the cutting, after the sintering, the technicians still need to do the polishing. So in US study, there are lots of, even in India, they have some studies telling you that the technician is inhaling too many silica, the polishing powder, okay, alumina or silica powder in a very, very small size, and they've got the pneumosilicolysis, okay. So that's why we need to improve the situation. And I just want to change the milling bits so that it can improve the situation that you don't need more polishing afterwards, right? So this study was aims to compare the various effects of cutting dental zirconia with we've got a gadget. This is nano diamond coating on the milling bits, right? So this study we have been used zirconia in MO0, and then we have our nano diamond coating, and then also without the coating. So the without the coating is the original product, and then we try to develop the nano diamond coating using a CVD technique. Okay, coating onto the milling bits, and then we try to put this into the dental milling machine. So in terms of the dental milling, in fact, the machine is not only operate in one speed. So they have various speeds cutting the dental zirconia, right? So we try to use three different speeds in this study. And then we try to evaluate the dental zirconia before and after sintering, right? First, we have been cutting because in terms of the cutting the zirconia, you need to unsinter the before the sintering, then you can cut the zirconia, right? So after the cutting, we try to evaluate the surface using gloss meter according to ASTM C346 standard. And also we try to use the optical profilometer to test the roughness, surface roughness, and also we do the SEM and EDEX. We also try to test these parameters after sintering. And then we also try to evaluate the surface and the EDEX, the elemental analysis on the milling bits. And we try to test the statistics using three-way ANOVA for the effects, and also using one-way ANOVA to evaluate the glossiness and roughness significance. Right, so these are the product, right? So this is a nano diamond coated milling bits. So this is the original one. So we just put it into a dental milling machine, okay? So we just mill one line by one line, and then to testify the surface, okay? And so you can see the before the milling, the coated bits are something like this, okay? So this is the uncoated bits. It looks a little bit different, okay? So because there are some nano diamond coating on it, so if you see the EDEX, the number of carbon is very high. So you don't see the tungsten carbide onto the milling bits. However, after the milling, you see that in fact normally the coating are quite good, but after the milling, we find one sample out of all the sample have a peel off of the coating, right? Although these kind of peel off does not affect a lot on the efficiency, right? But that means that the coating after certain shelf life will be detached, okay? But for the uncoated, you see that always we find in both groups the zirconia will be attached onto the surface if we are not cleaning rapidly. Okay, so we also see that in terms of the zirconia surface, because the milling bits are acting on the zirconia surface, we find the texture a little bit different, all right, after the milling. Okay, so this kind of texture will give you some very interesting result. So in terms of the glossiness in here, so we find that the three-way ANOVA revealed that the sintering, milling speed, and also milling bit coating are significant factors. All three are very significant factors in terms of glossiness. And also what we can find that from this is the glossiness of the sintered zirconia block was statistically higher than that the unsintered block, of course. And then we also find that for the nano diamond coated milling bits can yield a statistically higher glossiness in all the milling speed, and except for these 1,500 RPM, right? So that means the results are consistent, okay, in terms of the nano diamond coated milling bits, rather than the uncoated, okay, in terms of the glossiness after sintering, all right? So in terms of roughness, so many people telling you roughness, glossiness, they don't have a similar effect, right? The roughness is something that you cannot see very immediately, okay? But in terms of the glossiness, yes, you can see it, quite interesting, okay? And this is dealing with a different light action, okay? So glossiness is the light reflection, okay? And the roughness is simply another effect, which is a surface property, does not related to the light, okay? So what we can only find here is sintered, of course, the roughness is different from the unsintered, okay? So the conclusion here is nano diamond coated milling bits can be operated in various speeds, result in a high gloss. So the original milling bits can only achieve the same glossiness and only one speed. Okay, and the different types of milling bits and speeds have no significant effect on the roughness, right? So this milling bits has already been put into market, so you can buy. So we already successfully translate this product into the market. So if you want to buy, don't ask me. I will let you know the manufacturer information later on. Okay, so thank you so much. I can't hear you.
Hi, thanks, Dr. James, for a nice presentation and the improved glossiness using the milling bits. So any questions from the audience?
May I have some basic questions, Doctor? What equipment do you use to measure the glossiness?
We have a glossimeter.
And how the parameter did it measure?
In terms, now there are several parameters. If you use my standard that I just telling you is a ASTM C346, it is a standard specifically for ceramic. So it uses a 45-degree light, using the light, but using the 45-degree incidence, and then trying to detect the reflectance. Okay, so this is specific for the ceramic. If you use metal or using plastic, you need to use 20-degree or using 80-degree or 60-degree, not 45-degree. So we are using the ceramic specific glossimeter in this case.
And another question: do you think the patient can tell the difference between the normal one?
The patient has no problem. It's a technician. Because if the technician, you know, or I'm not sure the clinician will polish the crown, you know, I'm making dental crown, right? So if the crown, you know, so after the milling, after sintering, it's already semi-polished. The technician do not need to polish 10 minutes. They just only use 1 minute to augment a little bit, and then everything will be good. So I don't want the technician to be, you know, have the lung problem. Nowadays, it's you know, we want to make a better life, so we just put these small tools, and then trying to want to make less polishing for the technician. So I want to improve their health as well.
Okay, thank you.
So any question to me?
So Dr. James, may I also ask a question? Yeah, right. I'm also very interested in the glossiness, but I want to know whether the glossiness after using the milling, the coating beads, after using the coating beads, the glossiness is clinically acceptable. That means that the milled crowns can be directly used in clinics, or does it need to be returned back to the technicians and then for the works?
In terms of the zirconia now, this is we still need to use technician to final polishing, okay. And it improves the time now. And but if you ask me whether we can finally do a, you know, completely unmanned procedure, So we are now developing another polishing technique. So not only using the bit, but we also make an auto polishing machine now. So we try to not to delete the technician, but let the technician be more healthy.
Okay, yes, sounds interesting. So it's time for the next speaker. Next speaker is Yun Jiao Jiao. She's also a PhD student from our faculty. So now time is for Yun Jiao Jiao, please, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jiao Jiao Yun. I'm from the University of Hong Kong. My supervisors are Dr. James Choi and Professor Michael Barrow. Today, I will present my research work, antibacterial activity and biodegradation of bioactive glass-loaded resin composites. I declare that there's no conflict of interest. The resin composites have become a popular restorative materials due to their excellent aesthetics, minimally invasive preparation, direct feeding technique, and good mechanical property. However, research shows that the resin composites had thicker biofilm formation and higher secondary caries incidence compared to other restorative materials. Besides, the concern over the reduced mechanical performance associated with the degradation of resin composites have been an issue for several years. Most research has focused on the physical processes and chemical processes. However, the biochemical processes leading to the degradation have seldom been explored. Bioactive glass, BAG, have been found to achieve antibacterial activity, resulting from the increase in the local pH and alkaline microenvironment. Additionally, the ions released from the resin composites could enhance the salt concentration and osmotic pressure. Compared to planktonic bacteria, the biofilm is more resistant to the antimicrobials and more clinically significant for caries research. Study shows that BAG had strong anti-biofilm property due to the environmental stress caused by the alkaline microenvironment and high osmotic pressure. Then the biofilm was disrupted and broken, followed by the release of planktonic bacteria into the surrounding solutions. BAG have been added in the resin composites mainly for the dentine remineralization, treatment of dentine hypersensitivity, and marginal gap sealing. However, it's still not clear whether the antibacterial activity of BAG could be affected when the BAG was embedded in the resin composites as filler. Accordingly, the development of smart resin composites having both anti-biofilm property and anti-biodegradation activity is essential. So the objectives of this study were to assess the inhibition property of S-mutans biofilm using BAG-loaded resin composites, to evaluate the biodegradation of BAG-loaded resin composites by S-mutans biofilm. The experimental resin composites were prepared by mixing the resin matrix and glass fillers, which contained 0, 1.9, 3.8, and 7.7 volume percentage of 45S5 BAG. Each resin composite was placed into the Teflon mold and photocooled for 40 seconds. The specimens were polished with silicon carbide paper, and the surface roughness was measured by AFM. To assess the antibacterial activity and biodegradation, S-mutans was co-cultured with the specimens in BHI broths. At day 1, day 3, and day 5, the variability of biofilm was analyzed using XTT, CFU count, confocal imaging, and SEM. The surface nanohardness of the specimens without emerging and after emerging in BHI broths and the BHI containing S-mutans was analyzed by AFM. AFM images show that there was no significant difference in surface roughness among different groups. Both XTT and CFU count indicated that the resin composites containing 7.7% of BAG showed significantly lower biofilm biomass than the resin matrix and resin composites without BAG. The representative live dyed images of biofilm were presented. The resin composites were covered by mold dyed bacteria with the increase of BAG loading. It's noticeable that S. mutans formed large clusters of bacteria after 3 days culture, where the clusters became smaller when increasing the amount of BAG in resin composites. The percentage of live and dead bacteria from confocal two-dimension sections. At day 1, 1.9% of BAG showed nearly 15% of live bacteria throughout the whole biofilm. Other groups show the decrease of the percentage of live and dead bacteria from the resin surface to the biofilm surface, and reached at 15%. At day 3, for 7.7% of BAG loading group, not only did the percentage of live and dead bacteria was about 25% at the biofilm bottom, but the top only had 10%. At day 5, the percentage of live bacteria on resin matrix and resin composites containing 0 and 7.7% of BAG increased at beginning, however, gradually decreased to the top of the biofilm. The biodegradation of resin composites. The resin matrix and the resin composites containing 0, 1.9, and 3.8% of BAG showed the significantly lower nanoharness after immersion in BHI containing S. mutans compared to the specimens before immersion and after immersion in BHI broth. As for 7.7% of BAG loading group, there was no significant difference in the nanoharness among specimens under different conditions at day 1. At day 3, no difference was found between the specimens before immersion and after immersion in BHI containing S. mutans. At day 5, the specimens after BHI immersion and BHI containing S. mutans showed the lower nanoharness compared to the specimens without immersion. This study revealed that 7.7% of BAG-loaded resin composites had anti-biofilm activity. According to our previous study, the pH of the solution increased with the immersion time. Furthermore, the silicon ions released from the resin composites containing 7.7% of BAG were more than 10 times higher than those without BAG. The resulting alkaline microenvironment and high salt concentration and osmotic pressure caused the cell shrinkage and membrane damage. This would result in the inhibition of the bacterial growth. The biodegradation of resin composites. Because S. mutans could produce lactic acid, which could form hydrogen bonds with monomer in the matrix. This caused greater water absorption and subsequently higher matrix softening. Furthermore, the esterase activity in the S. mutans biofilm could hydrolyze the ester bonds in TEG-DMA. As for the anti-biodegradation of BAG-loaded resin composites, based on our previous study, the resin composites containing 7.7% of BAG shows the highest area ratio among all groups. This may result in the lower interstitial space among the filler particles, consequently cause the less exposure of the organic matrix to the bacteria, making it more resistant to biodegradation. Another factor was the antibacterial activity of the BAG fillers, as mentioned before. Furthermore, the increased pH could neutralize the acid produced by S. mutans and lower the bacterial expression of esterases. Under the condition of this study, 7.7 volume percentage of BAG-loaded resin composites showed antibacterial properties on S. mutans biofilm. The adding of BAG fillers in resin composites could compromise the biodegradation of resin composites by S. mutans biofilm. Finally, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to my supervisors, Dr. Jim Choi and Professor Michael Barrow. Thanks for their guidance and instructions in carrying out this project work. And many thanks for your attendance.
Hi, Jiao Jiao, thanks for your presentation.
Oh.
So you can stop sharing your screen and welcome issues from the audience.
Okay.
Also, any questions for Yun Jiao Jiao?
Okay, so I have a question for you. Do you test the release curve of the BAG in the resin composite? And what is the bactericidal effect? Is it a contact caning or a release caning? Thank you.
Which curve do?
The release curve of the BAG, do you have
Oh.
tested this?
Oh, you mean this curve?
No, I mean the concentration of BAG that may be released from your resin composite.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is.
Oh, yes. Oh, actually, the antibacterial activity of BAG fillers is due to the release of the ions release and the increase of pH. You mean the BAG will release to the surrounding solution?
Yes.
Not the BAG. I think the ions from the BAG will release to the surrounding solution.
Okay, thank you.
So I think Yun Jiao Jiao, you measure the release of silicon ions from BAG. Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I also have a question. Because you already measure the pH changes of the solutions with the samples immersion. And so do you know, is there any method to directly measure the pH of the sample surface?
Oh, the pH of the sample surface?
Yes, no, the solution.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure.
Okay, I also have no idea, but I know that some people may use zeta potential to measure the positive charge or negative charge of the sample surface, but I'm not sure whether zeta potential is the same concept as pH value. Thank you.
Thank you.
But they are not the same.
Yes.
They are not the same.
Okay.
So pH is a solution form. So a solid,
Yes.
You can probe this solid surface whether you have more ions, but it doesn't mean it's a pH, because the concept of pH is the concentration of the hydronium ion in a solution. So it's a
Yes.
minus log concentration of the H
Yes.
plus. So it should be a solution form. The surface should not induce any concept of the pH, but charge, yes.
Yes, thank you. So any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, actually, I have some questions. From your experiment, how much BAG do you think you should add if you are going to make the composite? This composite.
According to others' research, if we use more BAG in the resin composites, or maybe the mechanical property of the resin composites will be affected. So that's why we choose the highest amount of BAG in the resin composite. It was about 20 weight percentage in this study. It's the volume percentage should be 7% volume percentage, yes.
So you use that.
Yeah, we tested the mechanical of this BAG loaded resin composites, and there is no difference in the mechanical property among the specimens without containing 0 to 7% volume per stage BAG.
Okay.
So if there are
So-
no other question, it should be
Yes.
end, right?
Yes, yes.
So thank you so much, all of you joined this section, and I hope all of you will enjoy other sections. And I hope to see you soon. Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Hi, good afternoon. Do the speakers want to check their slide share and check if the audio and video is working fine? Because I see all the three speakers are here. Pranay is here, Narudi is here,
Yes.
Pranav is here.
Hi, Prasanna.
So could you just quickly check if your screen share and audio are okay? So maybe we go in the same sequence as the schedule. Huh? Maybe we check with Pranay first.
Can you give me a couple seconds?
Sure. Maybe by then, maybe Narudi, can you check your screen share?
Uh-huh. Can you see the screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you want to just put in a slide, the presentation?
Slideshow, right? Does it come good?
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Hello, I'm Adina here, Prasanna.
Hi.
just
Hello.
want to
Hello.
ask, I'm supposed to be with the oral today, oral 4. Is this the right room?
This is not oral 4. This is oral 2.
So this is the link that they give to me. How to go to another room then?
The Word document, this is for the IADR judging, right?
Correct.
Then the Word document that was sent to you by Dr. Narudi should have the link to oral hall 4.
Yes, I was looking at the Zoom link just now. And
Because I logged in through the same link for our faculty session. It was okay.
Right. Okay. I just, never mind. I just,
I can,
couldn't.
1 second.
I just exit and enter again, but that was the link.
Okay, let me send you, yeah. Because the link that I sent Narudi is the one that I used to log into hall 4 this morning.
I got this document. It's not a Word, it's a PDF. It says that the oral presentation judges in hall 2 for 2 days. And that's the link at the bottom.
No, you should be in hall. Which session are you judging?
According to here, it says, hang on, yeah, on the score sheet, it says, hang on, where is the score sheet just now?
No, you can tell me what subject. Is it dental materials?
Oral microbes.
Oral
microbiomes.
If it's oral microbiome, it's hall 3, not hall 2.
Okay, I got the wrong, I think I've got the wrong link then.
All right,
Okay.
so you can look for the link for hall 3 in that document.
No, they just sent me one. Let me just check.
Okay.
I have sent a document for the hall 3 as well. Can you look in the PDF file?
Sorry, where did you send it?
In the email.
In the email, let me just check again, yeah?
So can we have Pranay quickly check your slides, please, and then Pranavati can check the slides as well, because we've got another 5 minutes to start. So let me just confirm the pronunciation of the names, all right? So Pranay Nakaparkson, is it correct?
Yes, that's right.
And then Narudi Limpongtu, all right?
Yes.
All right. I mean, Indian names are as challenging as Thai names. So
Narudi.
yeah, Narudi, okay. Pranavati Yazid, right?
Yes, correct. Sorry, Prasanna, is my voice clear? Can you
Yes,
hear
your
me?
voice is clear. Do you want to check your screen share? Your
Yes,
slide?
can I do it now?
Yes, yeah. Maybe once you do it, Pranay can do it after that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Narudi, I haven't received it.
Oh, really? Is that your email?
No, Adina.
Yes. Adina@um.edu.my, right?
That's right. That's right.
Isn't it in the junk mail? I'm not sure.
All right. It came in earlier. Let me see.
Prasanna, is my slide clear?
Yes, it is. Do you just want to put your presentation mode and try?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Is this okay?
No,
Yes.
I haven't received it.
Okay, all right.
Let me.
Let me send it out to Dr. Norani. So you're supposed to be in hall 3, right?
Yes, thank you.
Let me do it. Let me do it. Hall 3. Dr. Noor, can you tell me your email ID, please?
Email ID noradina@um.edu.my.
So just your name, NORADINAR. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you Malaysia EDU.MI, right? Okay.
Yes, great.
All right. Yeah, I've sent you the link now from my email. Could you just check if you got it?
Sure, thank you. Yes, I got your email.
All right, great.
Great, thank you.
Okay, all right. So all the 3 presenters already checked the slides, right? So we can start in 1 minute.
Okay.
Well, I think Prof. Jin,
Professor Jin is
I think you must be in hall 3 for judging. I will email you the link to hall 3. I think something, you're muted, you're muted.
This is, I have 4 duties to be the judge. Tomorrow, today, twice already, yesterday as well.
You're VIP lah.
Too much.
Professor Jin, sorry, I already sent you the
You sent already?
the results of the Hatton Junior Award.
Who got the first one? I don't know.
Yes, please confirm the results. Thank you.
Okay, I'll check then.
Prof. Jin, I'm emailing you the link for the room you should be judging now. I've
Which
sent it
room?
already.
Okay, I saw that.
Right, sure.
Okay, I'll reply to Lisa. Where? Too many emails. So Lisa, when you send me the email last night?
Me?
To confirm the results, yes, he sent.
The results?
Oh, here. Yes,
yesterday in the evening.
Final score, okay.
Okay, thank you.
So if you,
whatever.
The speakers are ready, shall we start the symposium? All right. Tech team, we can go live.
Yeah, okay. Who's going first?
I think first is going to be Pranay, but I'll just do a brief introduction and then Naredi takes over.
Okay, thank you.
A very good afternoon. Welcome to all of you to the second symposium of the young scientists. So we've got 3 young stars here today, 2 from Thailand, 1 from Malaysia, to talk to us about their research. So we've got 3 speakers in this session, Dr. Pranay Nagapaksin, Dr. Narodi Limpuangtip, and Dr. Farnavati Yazid. Dr. Narodi will moderate this session. Off to you, Dr. Narodi.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome everyone to the whole section 2, Young Scientist Forum 2. So today there will be 3 young scientist speakers with us. First will be Dr. Pranay Nagapaksin. He is coming with a title. He will talk about a good to great implant treatment. And then it will be me, Dr. Narodi Limpuangtip. I will talk about the prosthodontic rehabilitation of oral function, evaluation of the patient-based outcome. And the last one, Dr. Farnavati Yazid, she is coming with the chemometric analysis and spectroscopy in caries detection. Okay, let's welcome our first speaker, Dr. Pranay.
All right. Let me share my slides. Give me one moment. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the IADR Organization Committee. It's such an honor to be sharing my research in this prestige conference. And I'm also would like to thank you, my second family, Maiduan University's Department of Advanced General Dentistry and Implant Dentistry for their full support. And also, you may know that from my background, I am heavily trained in field of implant dentistry and prosthodontics. My main interest in the field is in the field of aesthetics implant dentistry. Now, tooth loss. Tooth loss is one of the major problems around the world, and there are various ways to fix this problem, as removable denture, fixed partial denture, and dental implants. Yet, the goal to replace the missing dentition should be replacing it as close to the natural form as possible. Well, nowadays, we have dental implants. Dental implants has transformed the way that we practice nowadays. To replace missing dentition, to mimic the nature. Now, according to Thai National Oral Health, people between age of 60 to 74 have an average of less than 20 remaining teeth. Despite alternative solutions, around 100,000 to 300,000 implants being planted in place yearly because of its high success rate of the osseointegration. But when we talk about the success, implant success, in the past, success mostly referred to the osseointegration's success of the implant, being not mobile, no radiolucency of the implant, no bone loss around the implant, no pain or discomfort. But think about this for a second. Our goal is to give back teeth for the patients, not giving patients a dental implant. So later on, success criteria began to add appearance that satisfied both patients and dentists. But when we talk about the aesthetics, it's not just only one tooth or the visible part of the restoration that we are focused on, but also the soft tissue architecture that surround the dental implants. That's play a role, a big major role. However, the aesthetic zone, the methods of enhancing the optimal outcome for these two parts are totally different. For the soft tissue, as you can see on the picture, it's require bone augmentations, sometimes soft tissue augmentations, which require surgeons' skills and techniques. Whereas for the prosthesis, it requires meticulous attention on designing, on the color of the prosthesis, the material that we pick, the way that we commute with the lab. Now, not to mention other factors such as soft tissue training with the provisionals. As clinician, we can decide to place implant immediately after the tooth extraction on the same day, or wait months for the underlying soft tissue and bone to either partially healed or completely healed up to 6 months. Timing on when to place implant or when to load the prosthesis also play influence in the aesthetics outcome. There's immediate implant placement, early implant placement, late implant placement, and the loading time. It has been shown in multiple systematic review and consensus that early implant placement can lead to stable contour, yet it's very difficult to gain the interdental papilla, whereas immediate implant placement shown to have good result in maintaining interdental papilla, but have a very high risk of buccal gingival recession. So as we dentists, we try as hard as possible to mimic the natural form of the lost dentition. But after years of meticulous detailed treatment to the patients, now the question arises in my mind, I spend a lot of time treating the patients, but is our treatment good enough for the patients? Is there any point in the aesthetic outcome that we are missing? So when we talk about the aesthetics outcome in the dental implant, the score that dominate in its reproducibilities, growth, growing popularity is the Pest and West score. What is Pest and West? Pest is a pink aesthetic score, which was first introduced by Furhauser in 2005, and then focused on the pink aesthetics, pink aspect of the soft tissue surrounding the dental implant. And it was revised by Belser in 2009 with an additional of white aesthetic score, focusing on the visible aspect of the prosthesis. Now the score ranged from 0 to 2 when compared to the contralateral tooth or the adjacent tooth. In simple version, 2 being the very same, 1 being minor difference, and 0 being totally different. So let's take a look. There are 5 categories for each aspect. Let's first take a look at pests. Pests have mesial and distal interdental papilla, the curvature of the facial mucosa, the level of the facial mucosa, and lastly, the root convexity or root contour and the soft tissue color and texture. Where pests focus on the peri-implant soft tissue, West emphasized on the restorations. So restorations similar, there are 5 aspects: general tooth form, the outline and volume of the clinical crown, the color, shade, hue, value, the surface texture, and lastly, the radiolucencies and the characteristic. Now, all this can range from 0 up to maximum of 20. Many studies have tried to look at the acceptance because we are making implant for the patients. We are not making implant for ourselves. I mean, we are doing implant restorations for the patients, not ourselves in terms of dentists. So we have to take a look at the acceptabilities, whether or not patients will accept this treatments or accepting the outcome. Many studies look at the acceptability using detectabilities and Spearman correlations and propose that the score of 12 made the acceptance score as patient cannot detect the implant. Now, however, if you think about this for a minute, the acceptabilities is not the same as detectabilities, because the acceptabilities is the qualities of being tolerant or allowed, whereas detectabilities is the abilities to discover or identify. As for now, there are no research on the threshold of Pest and West score based on the acceptance, even though detectabilities may not imply acceptabilities. So we did a fun research today, and it's a little game for every one of you here in the audience, which I want all of you to be a part of this study a little bit. So let's take a look. We have a total of 38 photos in the aesthetics area, which Each photos contain just only one single tooth implant restorations without any other type of prosthesis in this area. Maybe they're just only minor composite restorations, but no major big restorations. Now, let's take a couple seconds, see how many single tooth restoration can you identify in this picture. Take a look with me. Like I mentioned earlier, we'll be playing a little games. So some of the picture are easier to identify than others. Now I want you to pick 2 to 3 picture on this slide that are difficult for you to identify, or even if you have to guess. Now keep those picture in your mind for now, and we'll come back to those pictures later. Pick about 2 to 3 pictures that it's very, very difficult for you to find which of the tooth in the photos are dental implants. Now, with all of these photos, they were evaluated by 3 different dentists who are familiar with Hess and West. Then all the score underwent interclass correlation coefficients. Then on the tablet, the picture was shown 1 picture at a time to a lay person, a participant who have no experience in dental field whatsoever, with just only 2 simple questions. One is the same question I asked you earlier: which tooth is the dental implant? Then after they have identified the implant, we ask the second question, which is why? In order to later on categorize into Hess and West, if the participant do not have the reason, then it will be Marit's guess. Then we analyze the data with the ROC, or receiver operating characteristics, and positive predictable value, or PV, to analyze the cutoff value. Now, let's come back at a little game earlier. Picture that all of you have picked. Now, remember the picture I asked you to pick earlier? If one of the picture that you have picked are the following, the one that highlighted. If there are these photos, then you're very good at finding dental implant, because these pictures that are highlighted on the slide have the total score of over 17. And there are only 71% of the lay person that can detect this single tooth implant restoration. Now, let's look at the answer. Did you make the correct pick? Now, the second part of the test, again, 1 picture at a time using the same photos, but this time we inform patient which teeth is the dental implant, and then we ask the patient, the participant again, if you're the one who having the treatments, would you accept the treatment? And again, the data were analyzed using the ROC and the PPV. But now this time, these are photos. Patients say yes to the treatment. I want all of you to take a look at the photos for a second, and whether or not you agree that if you are a patient, would you accept this treatment? If this were your own teeth, would you accept them? All these photos have the score over 12, and at least 80% overall, 80% of the lay person accept the treatments. Now, lay person tend to accept the dental implants, even though we're able to detect. So clinical detectability is at 17, and the acceptance is at 12. So acceptance is not the same as detectabilities. Acceptabilities can be a good treatment because patients accept the treatments, whereas 17, where a patient cannot detect the implants, can be a great treatment. Now, however, let's take a look at the good treatment again. There are some photos. that we have shown that even though in these photos, both of the photos have the same 16 score, but picture on the left, only 22% can detect, whereas picture on the right, about 87% of the lay person can detect. Now, how is that possible? Now let's go back to our first part of the test a little bit. Remember, we asked the patients why? Because we won't like to categorize what is the reasons why, how can patients detect the dental implant. From overall the attempt, out of 3,800 occasions, layperson can detect 46% of the time. Now, of those 46%, when we look deeper, that the reasons behind the picking is the pink aesthetic score being about 42% and the white aesthetic score being as 57%. So let's look a bit deeper in each category. Now we found that PES5 or root convexities and color contour of soft tissue take first place by significant margin, followed by the white discrepancy, while the mesial and distal papilla were significant less detect. So while the overall white discrepancy are more influenced than soft tissue discrepancy, but it is also important to consider the appearance of the root convexity and color of the soft tissue is the most influential criteria of the color of the restorative, and as the second most influenced criteria to make implant unpredictable. Okay, so how do we apply this to our clinical practice? So let's take a look at these two pictures again. Both pictures have the same PES and WES score. However, implant on the right side is easier to detect than the implant on the left side because the implant on the right has the discrepancy of PES5, which is a soft tissue contour and the color, and the PES3 of the tooth color, which are the two most influential criteria, while the picture on the left have the translucence and the interdental papilla discrepancy, which are the less influential criteria. So keep in mind, even though dental papilla is one of the most difficult criteria to achieve in the dental implant treatment, it's also the less influential for the lay person to detect. Therefore, PES5 and WES3 takes the priority to achieving good treatment. Not just only good treatment, but achieving the great treatment as well. All right. So we talked about lay person. What about dentists? We did similar to studies with the dentist as well. Now we found that dentists are much better in detecting dental implants, about 81%, 82% at the time, whereas the lay person only be able to detect 46% of the time, which is approximately 35% more than lay person. This expect to be because of the difference in knowledge and the difference in the dental field. But one thing we found different is that we found that dentists tend to identify implant discrepancy with a soft tissue. Let's take a look at the number. Dentists use soft tissue to identify more than a white, because we are so focused not only on teeth, but on the surrounding tissue as well. When we look at the score a bit deeper, it's about the same. Let's put it side by side between dentist and lay person. Dentist on the left and the lay person on the right side. The first three ranks are the same with the layperson and the dentist, which is test 5, contour, color, soft tissue. The second being color of the restorations, and the third being the West 1, form of the tooth. The very least is test 1 and 2, which are the mesial and distal papilla, are still the lead focus factor for both groups. So in both groups, root convexities, soft tissue color, and texture are the most identified criteria to correctly identify the implant. However, in both groups, overall, white aesthetic score were more frequently used to detect implant than all other soft tissue criteria than test 5. Therefore, it is necessary to prioritize both color and the soft tissue discrepancy of the restoration to achieve a good aesthetic success. So to summarize, this, our studies have found that the acceptance score of 12 as minimum guideline for the success of the treatment in terms of aesthetics. And we also established a clinical detectable score of 17 as an indicator to separate between good and great implant treatments. This also means that the patients can accept treatment even though they can detect the restoration. Then when treating the patients, it is necessary to consider that patients have tendency to focus more on the crown structure than the soft tissue structure. We dentists should prioritize achieving the correct soft tissue color and color of the restorations, as they are most influential in the criteria in aesthetics success of the implant. So again, I would like to thank you, IADR, for hosting and invite me to share some of my research. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me through email and any social media. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pranay. Is there any question from the viewers? You can unmute your microphone and ask, or you can type in the chat box here. Is there any question? Or we can wait until our last speaker.
Very nervous, to be honest. I'm very, very nervous.
Thank you for your good job and good work.
It's such an honor to be part of all the young speakers, all the fantastic speakers.
Yes. Okay. Is there any questions? Then maybe shall we start next and wait for.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Then we will move from the implant back to the conventional denture. Let's see.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Can everyone see the screen? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, again. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Naredi Limpuangtip. I'm from Department of Prosthodontics, Faculty of Dentistry, Chulalongkorn University. Today, it is a great honor for me to share my research work and research experience in the Young Scientist Forum of the 35th of IADRC Division. I'm coming in the title of the Prosthodontic Rehabilitation of Oral Function, Evaluation of Patient-Based Outcome. I hope everyone enjoy. Okay, as seen here, tooth loss is one of the common oral diseases worldwide, especially in aging population. And to replace missing teeth, oral rehabilitation with dental prosthesis is usually needed to improve oral function of a person. However, apart from oral rehabilitation, we as a dentist plays important role in early detection of declined oral function. This pyramid has been proposed by the Japan Society of Gerontology in 2016. It shows the progression of declined oral function, which can be divided into 4 stages, from healthy to oral frailty, hypofunction, and dysfunction stage. Once oral function progresses to dysfunction stage, it cannot be reversed. But if it remains in frailty or hypofunction state, it can be maintained by proper oral health care or restored by wearing dental prosthesis. As shown here, mastication and swallowing are 2 of the major concerns for oral function. So my research work will focus on these 2 aspects. Okay, because prosthodontic rehabilitation is one of the treatment options to improve oral function of the person. So evaluation of the treatment outcome becomes an important issue. But do you know how can we evaluate the oral function and the outcome of prosthodontic rehabilitation? So the outcome of prosthodontic rehabilitation can be classified into disease-oriented and patient-oriented outcomes, which can be subdivided into patient performance and patient report outcome. So I will divide my talk into 3 parts and begin with disease-oriented outcome. Evaluation of disease-oriented outcome can be done by dentist or clinician evaluation of oral and dental prosthesis status of the patient. However, whenever a person just only have dental caries and periodontal disease, they are considered as in healthy stage whenever they can masticate and swallow well. But once caries and periodontal disease progresses to tooth loss, oral function also moves to frailty and hypofunction stage. To evaluate tooth loss status, we have to consider a number of remaining natural teeth and posterior occluding pairs. Okay, in accordance with the recent systematic review, my recent study in the patients who were willing to receive prosthodontic treatment at my faculty showed that having less than 20 natural teeth and or 4 posterior occluding pairs result in declined oral function and oral health related quality of life. However, a number of posterior occluding pair is more significant because a pair of teeth is needed to crush food. This is a shortened dental arc concept where remaining 4 posterior occluding pairs, 2 on each side, is enough for mastication. To recover oral frailty and hypofunction back to healthy stage, dental prosthesis is usually needed, but doesn't it really help? Then let's see. To improve oral function is not just wearing a denture, but a good quality denture. Denture qualities may include several aspects, but clinical studies reveal that denture retention and stability are the most significant factors that impact oral function of a person. So my research team has developed the methods and criteria for evaluating denture quality in terms of retention and stability. For the removable partial denture and complete denture, they are called Modified Enhanced 3 criteria and the CU Modified Copper criteria, respectively. Both criteria classify denture qualities in terms of retention and stability into acceptable or unacceptable, which help clinicians making decision whether a new denture fabrication or denture repair is needed. These pictures show the methods for evaluating retention and stability of the complete denture using the CU Modified Copper criteria and the Modified Enhanced 3 criteria using to evaluate partial denture based on the principle that denture retention is the denture ability to resist dislodgement force in the path of insertion direction after received vertical pulling force, while denture stability is the denture ability to resist horizontal forces. These criteria, both of them, assess the denture in the similar manner. Okay, then let's see why denture quality focus on retention and stability. I will show you some findings and relationships from my clinical studies in complete denture wearers. While some denture-related factors, such as denture age and previous removable denture experience, has no association with the denture quality. The patient with unacceptable denture stability was often found in those with flat or knife-edge residue-rich morphology. Acceptable denture qualities in terms of retention and stability can lead to better masticatory function and oral health-related quality of life. In addition, the increased area and number of occlusal contact of the denture teeth is associated with a higher maximum bite force, leading to better masticatory performance and oral health-related quality of life as well. Then we're going to see how can we evaluate these outcomes, the patient-oriented outcome as shown in black boxes. The patient-oriented outcomes can be evaluated through patient's performance or patient report outcome. I will move on to the second part, patient's performance. These are common methods which I also use to evaluate patient performance. To evaluate masticatory function, we can use dynamic methods such as masticatory performance and swallowing threshold test, or the static measure of maximum bite force. Meanwhile, to evaluate swallowing function, we can determine tongue pressure. Masticatory performance allows the patient to chew the test food with the assigned number of chewing strokes. Then we measure the size of food particles after being chewed. In contrast, for swallowing threshold test, we allow the patient to chew the test food until they are ready to swallow. Then we count the number of chewing strokes before swallowing. And these are some techniques for evaluating masticatory performance. The comminution test is to evaluate the food particles after being chewed using a sieve method. This picture illustrates the multiple sieve method of peanut mastication. Then we determine the size of food particles, of the peanut particles after being chewed by using a sieve measure. The smaller peanut size indicate better masticatory performance. Apart from comminution test, we can use mixing ability test. It is to measure the dimensional changes or color changes of the taste food after being chewed. This is a color changeable chewing gum. After chewing, the green gum will change its color into yellow or magenta. The more color change indicate better masticatory performance. Okay, then apart from dynamic measure, we can use the static method, including maximum bite force to evaluate masticatory function. These are pressure-sensitive sheets for measuring bite force. One is dental prescale and the other is prescale. Within the sheet, there are microcapsules that contain color-forming material. After the patient bites, the microcapsule will break and leach out the color. Then we use digital software to analyze the information, for example, the bite force value, the area of occlusal or incisal contact of the teeth, and also biting pressure. The higher bite force indicate better masticatory function. Then we will move on to the evaluation of swallowing function. To evaluate swallowing function, tongue pressure is commonly determined because tongue motor function plays an important role in mastication and swallowing. This is an example of the JMS instrument for measuring tongue pressure. The patient will put the bulb of the JMS instrument onto the anterior part of the hard palate. Then they raise their tongue and press against the bulb as strong as possible. And there will be a pressure transducer which amplifies the tongue force and display tongue pressure in a digital number. The higher tongue pressure indicate better swallowing function. Now, let's summarize for the patient's performance. Recent studies have shown the association between lower maximum bite force and lower masticatory performance, swallowing threshold, and also tongue strength. Then, if we can measure masticatory function and swallowing function by using a dynamic method, it would be better than using the maximum bite force, which is a static measure. Declined masticatory and swallowing function can lead to impaired physical, psychological, and social activities of the person. Then we will kind of see how can we evaluate these outcomes. I will move on to the last part, patient report outcome. To evaluate patient report outcome, we allow the patient to rate their ability to perform any function using a validated structural questionnaire. To determine masticatory and swallowing function, food intake questionnaire and E10 are commonly used respectively. Also, we can determine the impact of mastication and swallowing function on physical, psychological, and social activities of a person by determining the oral health-related quality of life. We call them OQOL. I will talk about the measure one by one. Let's see the first one. The food intake questionnaire. Food questionnaire can detect whether a person can chew different types of food with different texture. And several versions of the food questionnaire have been developed in different countries that consist of different food items as well. And however, in my country, in Thailand, we also my research team also recently developed the food questionnaire for the patients who wear dental prosthesis. The questionnaire is called the CU Masticatory Indicator, or CUMI. The CUMI consists of 20 food items categorized into 5 chewing difficulty levels. The patient rates their ability to chew each food item using a 3-point Likert scale. Each food level also have different chewing difficulty ratio, which we use to calculate and weight a total masticatory score. A higher score indicate better masticatory function. Also, we can detect which kind of food texture the patient is unable to chew. Next is E10, a questionnaire with 10 items. E10 has long been a validated questionnaire to identify swallowing function of the person. However, after using in routine dental practice, I found that some of my patients, especially the older persons, they have difficulty in rating the severity of the problem using 5-point Likert scale. And also it consists of several redundant items, which is take time to perform. So my research team has recently developed a simplified version to determine the swallowing function of a person. It is called the Thai version of Simplified Swallowing Questionnaire, or TSSQ. TSSQ has only 4 items with a dichotomous answer of yes and no. Declined swallowing function is considered when E10 score is less than 3, or at least one problem is reported using TSSQ. However, just focusing on mastication and swallowing function may not be enough. We should have a comprehensive evaluation of oral health. Oral health includes not only an oral function, but it is a fundamental component of health and well-being that includes the physical, psychological, and social attributes that are essential to the quality of life. To determine oral health objectively, we always assess the oral health-related quality of life, or OQOL. Several indexes have been used to evaluate OQOL. These are the common ones, the OIDP, OHIP, and GOHAI. In Thailand, my country, we always use the OIDP and OHIP because they are available in validated Thai versions. For GOHAI, it was originally developed for using in older persons, however, is not yet available in the validated Thai version. While OIDP determine both frequency and severity of the impact, the OHIP and GOHAI determine only the frequency of the problem. OIDP measures the impact of oral and dental prosthesis condition on a person's ability to perform 8 daily activities within physical, psychological, and social performances. Okay, let's go to the summarize. I will summarize what I have talked about today. I think everyone can remember this pyramid of oral function, right? We start with the disease-oriented outcome, which include the clinician evaluation or dentist evaluation of oral and dental prosthesis condition, what dentists do in daily basis. Then we move on to the early detection of declined oral function, focusing on mastication and swallowing function by determining the patient's performance and patient report outcome. Finally, we identify the impact of oral function and oral health on a person's ability to perform physical, psychological, and social activities by using the oral health related quality of life. And this is summarized from my clinical research conducted in edentulous people and those wearing dental prosthesis. It shows that oral health is not just a matter of oral disease, but it substantially affects overall health and well-being. Declined oral function and oral health can lead to progression and occurrence of several systemic diseases and also impair general health and decrease life happiness of people. Then let's come to the conclusion. Early detection and management of declined oral function is very necessary to prevent the progression of oral function to dysfunction stage, which is irreversible. Several tools have been proposed in this talk to evaluate oral function of a person, but there is no single validated tool that can be used for all purposes. You have to look at your objective of the study and determination. How about in routine dental practice? I would recommend that patient's performance may be too difficult to perform because it requires too many instruments and takes time to perform. So I would recommend the routine oral and dental prosthesis examination together with the patient report outcome. For some in-detail information, you can have a look at the published article of my research team as listed here. And these are some more references. And for today, I would like to acknowledge the Department of Prosthodontics, Faculty of Dentistry, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, as my working place and my studying place since being an undergrad student. And our faculty also opened the master and PhD programs for international students for all of you to join. And for more information, you can visit the website of our faculty. Also, I would like to thank my colleagues at the department and my dental students who has the same passion and same goal to improve our patients' quality of life. Okay, thank you for your attention today. Okay, is there any question from the floor or from the chat box? If not yet, I will move to our last speaker, Dr. Farinawati Yasid, in the title of Chemometric Analysis and Spectroscopy in Caries Detection.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nariti. I will just click my share screen. Okay, slightly jump from implant to denture, going back to caries. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. I know I'm the last for today, just bear for a while. I just would like to share. Greetings from Malaysia. Before I begin, I would like to thank ADR for giving this opportunity to share my current research on chemometric analysis and spectroscopy in caries detection. I am Dr. Farinawati Yasid, a pediatric dentist from Faculty of Dentistry, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Okay, all right. Okay, just beginning of the lectures. I enjoy everybody showing their universities, and also I would like to show myself as well. This is the Faculty of Dentistry, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Normal dental clinics, our dental technologies, simulation clinics, and also registration counters. Okay, going to the caries. Okay. Over time, our battle against caries is never ending. Causes cellulitis, our abscess that affect our quality of life, and patient will end up with high cost of dental treatment, extractions, and then end up with dentures and implants as well. And what are the current challenges towards our dentistry now? In Malaysia, we are still some areas still need to be accessed by boats, especially on Sabah and Sarawak areas. And also our challenge now is dentistry in COVID era. Okay, since 2019, most of our dental services has been stopped. We have not seen the patient for quite some times, only for emergency cases. So how can we actually monitor or create this awareness for the patients, and at the same time help us to triage which patient that requires urgent treatment for us? Okay. All right. So I would like to explain a bit what is all these jumble words about spectroscopy, cubometric analysis, and what are the available studies on caries detection using these methods, and what my research team have developed, which is UV-CAT, ultraviolet caries detector. Okay, so as for the spectroscopy, the definition, and I would like to share about what is it, what are the components and availables, and what are the types that we can use for our research. Okay, so this is a very good diagram that I would like to share. It's quite simple. I get it from the PASCO website. Actually, the sample here, whatever sample that we are using, the studies involve using the lights, and then they will project a different spectrums depend on the sample. From there, the spectrometer will show the result available, and we need to see the wavelength and the peak of the data that are available. So by definition, spectroscopy is actually the investigation and measurement of the spectra produced by matter, which is the sample that we like to investigate, interacting with or emitting the electromagnetic radiation. And then during this spectroscopy experiment, the electromagnetic radiation of specific wavelength will pass from the source, the different light source, whatever means that we like white source that we want to use, and through the compound of interest or our samples. And then it will give the results in terms of absorption or emissions. Okay. So these are the basic components of what a spectroscopy component will have. The first one is the light source. It actually depends on the spectrum that we would like to analyze. It's either the spectrum of ultraviolet, near infrared. So the light source that are used is xenon, and however, halogen lights are more affordable for most of the research to use. And the best would be the deuterium light source, which is the golden standard for the ultraviolet source. And then they have different elements, non-dispersive elements, which the function of this element is to filter the non-targeted wavelength that we do not desire. We filter all the stray light, so we want the exact wavelength that we want to appear in the spectrometer. And then from here, we have dispersive elements, which is the prism. I think during our school days, we were taught about this prism. You can see from the prism, different lights appear like a rainbow shape. So the concept is more or less similar. As the white light enter the prism, so they will give a different wavelength. And then it will project a different frequency and velocity when it goes through the sample that we would like to investigate. And the next component is the diffraction gratings, which actually reduce also the stray light. And then we have the fiber optics and the spectrometer. And then the spectral resolution is what are the bands that they filter during the respective components. Okay. All right. So what are the spectroscopy that are available? We have mass spectroscopy, optical spectroscopy, near infrared, FTNR spectroscopy, and also Raman spectroscopy. different researcher will have their preference in analyzing their data. Mass spectroscopy is actually to identify the molecules within the samples, to detect the impurities, analyze proteins, and also study of the protein content of the cells. Optical spectroscopy will be about how does the matter of the sample interact with the electromagnetic radiation. And the next one, they have this Raman spectroscopy, where the technique will provide the crystallinity or the molecular structure of the samples. Okay, and also near infrared FTNR is actually depends on the wavelength of the frequency. Okay, and they use this is where you put the sample in, so that they will appear the result over here. Okay, all right. So basically, that is the type of spectroscopy that are available, and more others to come. Okay. All right. Then the next is chemometric analysis. Chemometric analysis is actually a mathematical to analyze the data that we obtain from the earlier spectroscopy. Okay. So it's actually a chemical discipline that uses mathematical statistics and other methods to employ formal logic to design or select optimal measurements, procedures, and experiment, and to provide a maximum relevant chemical information by analyzing chemical data. Why do we need to do this? Because sometimes with the spectroscopy, the data will overlap. I will explain more on the next slides, because the function of this analysis is to clean up the data and make it more optimal, so that we can actually differentiate what we want to see from the data. Here, we classify into two categories: pattern recognition and also multivariate calibration. Okay. So this is the chemometrics methods available. They have a lot of methods. To be honest, I'm still quite learning as well from my collaborators to understand this analysis. They have they call it as a principal component analysis, the PCA, PLS, LDA, and also KNN, and other more. What does this model actually available is that they will transfer the data that we obtained from the earlier part, into different formula, and then they will try to see which method suitable to explain the data better. Okay. All right. Then I will talk about the available studies that look into using carries and by using the methods of chemometry or spectroscopy. There are some studies. NIR is actually the near infrared, is actually which wavelength that they use. But this one, they use on the Caris 2 structure. So what, imagine a Caris teeth. So when they shine the light, they can actually determine which stages of this Caris is. But the data that they provide is actually the enamel surface changes and the crystallized size of the Caris specimen. Another study, they use Raman spectroscopy. Like I mentioned earlier, we have different types of spectroscopy. And also they clean up the data using the chemometric analysis. This one, they see how does the characterization of the interaction between the material and the tissue interface. And then another study look into demineralized enamel using this near infrared hyperspectral imaging. So what they were saying is that demineralized enamel contains more water and faster water evaporation compared to the sound enamel. So that's how they differentiate early detection of sound enamel and also a tooth that have undergone demineralization process. This study mentioned that they study the water evaporation dynamics to detect this incipient caries. Okay, and another study they look into nuclear magnetic resonance and chemometry on the saliva metabolites. So with the saliva itself, they are able to look into different metabolites, lactate, lactic acid, and acetate in children, so that they manage to differentiate children with caries and without caries based on this saliva metabolites. Okay. All right, so that is actually an overview of what is spectroscopy, what is chemometrics. Believe me when I said when I start this research is very difficult to understand this concept. Okay, but Alhamdulillah, with the help from the collaborators, we managed to develop this UVCAT between these universities, UKM, University of Technology Mara, and also NIMOS. Okay, so what is it? What is UVCAT? Oh, it's actually imagine this. What we have currently, if we have our radiograph, we have our 4T, we have Technoden, and we have all these types of technologies that will facilitate us as professionals to detect caries and for diagnostic purposes. What if by saliva itself, we can actually empower the public to know that where are the status of their caries? Okay, so this actually is a caries detection via saliva sample using this photonic technology together with this chemometric analysis towards a prediction model that can differentiate the normal and caries status. Okay, so the existing caries detection method is meant for professional use. It helps us to diagnose, which is good, but because we need this tool to confirm. And also, however, even with normal visual inspection, there is possibility of human errors, especially if we have a non-cavitated lesion or the incipient lesions. Okay, and large equipment are actually referring to radiographs and all those things. Okay. Okay, with the UVCAT, by training the data, the predictive model data, they can provide a classification of which saliva sample falls into, which is the beginning of caries, incipient caries, or already severe caries. So this possibility of reducing human error via this model analysis. And it's actually meant for, we hope that later on our research will go towards the consumer point of view of providing them with tools, okay, especially the ones that they don't actually know that they have a caries on the upper teeth. Of course, the lower teeth, we can actually ask them to open and they can see from themselves, okay? And hopefully, we will get towards the portable equipment, okay? All right, so what is this, what we'll be doing in our laboratory? From the saliva collections, we collect saliva from different types of caries patients. Okay, and then this one is we try and error and we managed to get this ultraviolet spectroscopy setup, and we also from here we use this deuterium light, and then this is where we put the saliva sample in the cuvettes, and then it will give the data into the computer. Okay, the problem with the data that we get from this absorption spectrum is this one. We don't actually can differentiate which is caries. More or less, it's just a jumble of different colors, and we don't know how severity the caries is. So this is the problem on the first part of the spectroscopy analysis, spectroscopy and measurement. Okay. And on the second part of our study, we try this. We transfer the data for the to use different types of mathematical model in the chemometrics to see which one that is able to clean the data better. So they have different types of model. They call it as mean center model, auto scale, and Savinsky-Golay smoothing. So if we can see here, of course, C will provide a better result, so we can actually see which severity of this one. For this study, the assumption is we classify the patient based on the highest ICIDA score. Of course, we have 32 teeth or 20 teeth, so different teeth will present with different classification, but which is the highest score for the patient to group in this study. And then from here, the spectral pre-processing, the earlier part that I showed, this one is the early data that we got. We don't actually quite differentiate. And then we undergo this chemometric analysis. And then the next part is the classification analysis. Like I mentioned earlier, chemometric analysis is two parts. The first part is to clean up the data. And then next one is to classify the data. And they also have different models. they have the KNN model, which is the K nearest neighbors, the logistic regression, and also the linear discriminant analysis. At the end of the whole study, LDA is the best mathematical model to analyze our data. It can go up to a sensitivity and specificity of 1 and 0.86. But however, we do believe this study can be improved better, as we need more samples to perform the analysis, because we need to train the model with more samples to make it better. And I think that's about it to explain. In conclusion, the use of this UV absorption spectroscopy together with this chemometric analysis could predict the caries based on the salivary diagnostic, and the accuracy and the precision up to 0.9 and 1 shows that this model is a good prediction and it can be repeated. However, like I mentioned earlier, more samples is required to improve the study sensitivity more. Okay. So this is graphical conclusion of what our team, my team, are doing at the moment. We have optimized despite with what type of UV spectroscopy setup that we would like to use to analyze the samples of caries. And these are the problems that we have is from the spectroscopy data. And then we also have our chemometric expert, where they help to process and classify the data to get a better view of the predictive model. So this is, in short, what is this chemometric analysis for caries detection. At the moment, it's just a system that we are trying to train the analysis. We haven't yet any towards a prototype or model, but having this data, hopefully our next step is towards a portable equipment utilizing this data for further detection. I think that's about it. I would like to end our afternoon sessions with visit Malaysia, the foods, of course, the sharing what we missed out during our travel period. I'm sure Thailand will be great and Hong Kong will be great, but just to show this is Malaysia. Okay, I think that's it, Dr. Naridi. Thank you from me. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marinawati. I hope to go to Malaysia as well after COVID-19. I hope to see all of you physically in maybe the next meeting of IADR. Such a comprehensive research today, from caries to denture and to the implant. Yes. Is there any question from the floor? And can I ask whether it has been launched in the market or planned to be launched for the caries detector? And can it be used in both the children and the older people?
We're hoping to, at the moment, the second part of the study is to test the model in the children population. We managed to do in the adult population, but to develop towards system, we need to develop the prototype, the electronic equipment that can transfer the system into their circuit to actual product. So I think still a long way to go.
Isn't it means that who detects the carie may not be a dentist at all, right?
Yeah, because our problem in Malaysia is that we want to expand, especially in the rural areas where we can't actually regularly see this population. So if we can empower the non-professionals, so we can actually triage the population there, which one that needs urgent treatment that have to be referred to us.
Okay, thank you for your good work. I hope we can apply for Thailand as well. Okay, then it comes to the end of the Young Scientist Forum 2. Thank you all of our speakers. Dr. Pranay Nakapaksin from Mahidol University, Thailand, and Dr. Farinawati Wad Aziz from Malaysia, and This is me, Naradi Limpuangtip from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand as well. I hope to see all of you physically in the next upcoming IADRC meeting and also the other IADR meeting. Okay. Thank you for sharing your research work and research experience with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for having us as well. Thank you.
Okay, and please, all of you, there is an AGM meeting on at 5 o'clock at the oral session hall 1 for the AGM meeting. And all of you, the IADRC member and also other IADRC member, you can join the meeting at the 5 o'clock. Okay, bye-bye of you.